Give me the permission on Zoom. It's disabled.
Don't worry. Yolana?
Okay, let me see. Yeah. You got it. Okay. May I begin now?
Yes, certainly can.
Okay. Good evening, guys. Thank you, Francisco, for letting me be co-host for today's webinar. My name is Danny, and I will be giving you today's presentation. Throughout the presentation, you are allowed to ask me any questions of anything I'm doing, any doubts that you have. If you want specific examples, we can do them at the very end. For example, any specific address, street address, or any zip code. Please do give me examples so that we can take a look at their or take an analysis of their area, okay? Francisco, thank you once again, and I'm going to go ahead and begin. So for those of you that don't know, BNBVESTOR is a global analytic for vacation rentals and bed and breakfast. Well, in other words, it's a very comprehensive database for B&B listings. Here we're going to see what's the best area and when's the best moment to rent a property, as well as, of course, which type of property, in what area. Like I said, I mean, we're going to get all our information with the data we're going to provide through here. I'm not only going to tell you, I'm going to show you, and you're going to be with your eyes wide open the whole time, okay? Let's start off with 5 questions that I'm going to be answering throughout the whole webinar. It's, why is Airbnb a viable business? Where are the best areas to buy or rent a property to start your Airbnb vacation rental business? What's the best type of property to maximize income? And when are the best seasons to rent and get your return of investment? And last but not least, who is making the giant profits? We're going to be looking at that at the very end, okay? I'm going to start off with some basic concepts, and then we're going to be answering the rest of those questions, okay? The main concepts that we're going to be looking at are down here. It's active rentals, which are our active listings, our properties, both B&B and active rentals in the area that we're going to be analyzing. For what you see right here, we're analyzing the state of, or I'm sorry, the whole country. And we're going to be then focusing on Washington, and then the county, and then the city, okay? First of all, we have over here, you see that we have a color coding, and it's divided into the dark green is the counties that, or the states that have the highest listings, okay, the highest active rentals, both B&B and regular rentals, okay? Then we have our apple green, which is the second one from 51 to 75%. We can see the at the bottom right. And then we have the yellow from 26 to 50%, doesn't have so much listings. And then the very red, it doesn't have very good active rentals, okay? Let's see for the case of the United States. For active rentals, we have, for B&B listings, 976,306 properties, active B&B rentals, okay? While for regular rentals, we have 481,861. So we have, for regular rentals, it's half of the BNB rentals that we have nationwide. ADR. ADR is our average daily rate. If we click on the question mark, it is the average rate of accommodation per occupied room. And that is the average sale price per listing. Okay, so our BNB in general, each property in the United States have an average daily rate of $167, while for regular rentals, it has an average daily rate of $56. Then we have occupancy, which is the number of book days divided by the total number of days available for rent. These properties with reservations are included. Okay, so nationwide we have a total of 57% of occupancy rate for BNB listings, and of course a 95% of regular uh, rentals. Remember that for regular rentals, since it's a contract of a whole year minimum, it's always going to be a very stable occupancy rate. Okay, so it goes from 95 to even 100% of occupancy. Okay, then we have revenue. Revenue is the total monthly income, and it does not include taxes, services charged, or additional charges. So it's basically like everything that you receive in the whole month. So for B&B rentals per property, remember, it's $2,894 per property per month of revenue. Then for regular rentals, the revenue is 1,600. So in what you're getting in additional revenue, which is where you're going to get your return of investment, is the percentage that we have here. So with our BNB, or investing in BNB, we're speaking, remember, nationwide still, you're going to get a 79% over the regular rental. It means that you're going to receive a lot of the investment that you put into that property. Okay, let's begin with our active rentals, which are listings up here. And I'm going into my places icon so we can see what states have the highest listings. Apart from looking at them here, the dark green, when we go to places, we're going to sort by descending, and we can see the top states, the top ranking states. So we have California with 166,000, Florida with 130,000, New York with 77,000, and Texas with 57,000 active BNB listings. Now, since we're going to be talking about the state of Washington, we're going to look at it down here, and it has a total of 27,480 active BNB listings. Okay. Now, we can also sort this. We're looking at it right now by state. We can also sort this by county, seeing which county of the whole United States, since we haven't focused our searches into a specific state. We can see what states or what counties of the whole U.S. have the highest listings. As we can see, it's LA, New York, Kings County, and Miami-Dade are the top 4 ranking counties that have the highest active BNB listings. Okay, and then if we look down here, Washington it has a total of 12,855. Now we can also sort it by city and then by zip code. I'm going to go ahead and go back into my overview, And I'm going to show you that we can also sort by occupancy. You see how the color code changes, and now it's color coding it or dividing it into the states that have the highest occupancy rate in the US. I'm going to go ahead and go back into my places icon. And I'm going to now sort descending for our occupancy. So we see that, let's go back into states. We had selected counties. I'm going to go back into states. Okay. So the ones that have highest occupancy rates have or are Hawaii, DC, Florida, and California. These maintain in the top 4. Now let's take a look at Washington. It has a 60% of occupancy. It still maintains in the top because, I mean, we'll look at Florida with 63% and Washington is 60. It doesn't have much of an occupancy difference. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and click on Washington and let's take a deeper look into our occupancy per county in Washington. I'm going to go back into my places icon and we see them here. So the top counties with the highest occupancy rates are Franklin County, King County, Thurston County, and then Spokane County. These are the top 4 ranking. Of course, the one we are going to be considering is the King County because it has a total of 12,800 active BNB listings. So when you put that together with the occupancy, it's very good there, okay? Because over here we have a good occupancy, but we still maintain with 42 active BNB listings. So it's not comparable to our King County over here. We can also then divide it by city. And we can see over here how it divides the Washington into the cities with the highest occupancy. And then we have by zip code. Okay. In this case, I would consider the top ranking maybe this zip code 98188 with 100 listings and a 79%. That's a good comparable to actually get. Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and go into my occupancy tab. Over here, it's going to divide the occupancy rate per month, and it's the same definition, but we're going to see the months with the highest seasons. Okay, we see that for the month of June, July, and August, we have the top seasons. Okay, so it has from 67 to even 81% of active occupancy rate. Okay. Remember, guys, that you can ask any questions at any time. It would be great to clear all your doubts at this moment. Okay. Now, I'm going to go into one of the questions that we had, or that I told you guys that I was going to be answering. And I wanted to ask, or I wanted to answer actually, why is Airbnb a viable business? Okay, I'm going to go back into my overview, and before I continue with the rest of the concepts, I want to show you really quick for the whole United States, and then let's focus on Washington, how BNB or Airbnb has increased and grown throughout 12 months, only 12 months. I just want you to see the growth. Okay. So from September of 2018, it closed with 576,000 active BNB listings. And 12 months after, and we haven't even finished the month yet, we are by 976,000 active BNB. It means that it has grown in only 12 months over 400,000 active BNB listings. It means that, is it a viable business? It is, because this is the new economy now. Now, going back into our concepts, let's see, or actually, let's maintain on this same one, and I'm going to go into the state of Washington, and let me show you how it's going to be a viable business in this same state, okay? So it modifies a little. Of course, the number is going to be a bit lower because we're only speaking about this specific state, but it goes from September of 18, it was at 17,600 active BNB listings, and for the date of today, we have 27,000. So it has grown over 13,000 active BNB listings. I'm sorry, over here. It has grown over 10,000 active BNB listings. I mean, it's impressive how our economy is now changing and depending so much in this business, okay? Going back into our, the whole United States, let's continue with, so we spoke about our active listings, occupancy. Let's go with the average daily rate. You see how the color coding changed again. So now the states that have the dark green are the states that have the highest active, the highest average daily rate, okay? Let's go ahead and check to see which states those are. I'm gonna go ahead and sort descending here again. And we're going to see that Delaware, Wyoming, Colorado, and South Dakota are the states with the highest average daily rate. It's a very big surprise, as well as you guys, because I would have thought it would be maybe California, Hawaii, New York, Florida, with the highest BNB listings, or actually with the highest average daily rate, but it got us by surprise. Now let's take a look. Where is Washington? Is it, let's sort over here. Okay, so Washington, the average daily rate for the whole state, remember, is $142. Um, um, a little technical difficulty on my side. Okay, so like I was telling you, those are the 4 top counties that have the highest average daily rate. Although we can see that their occupancy rate is not so high, this would mean that they're seasonal um, counties. Okay, so it means that, of course, remember that we're talking in average. Uh, it must mean that they are only opening, or they only open in seasons, in high seasons. So that's why they may have a low occupancy rate, but you see that they have a very decent average daily rate. Okay. Please do ask any questions if you have any up to now. Okay, let's go ahead and go back into our overview, United States. And now I'm going to change into my revenue. One of the most important concepts we're going to be listening to today or looking at. Okay, so in revenue, you see how it changed again. Now I'm going into my places icon and I'm going to see what states have the highest revenue. Okay, so over here we see that Hawaii, California, New York, and Massachusetts have the highest revenue. Of course, remember we can put this into different views or sort this in different ways. But let's go ahead and take a look into Washington. Let's see how they're looking into our revenue or what counties have the highest revenue. Oh, I think I had it. Okay. Okay, so it maintains still Quitayas, San Juan, Douglas, and Shellen have the highest revenue. Okay. If we click on any of those, it will now divide it into, or will open the map into another way. And if we go into our places icon, we can see that it now divides it into city and zip code. Okay. We have a question over here. So I have a question over here of what our company does. And basically, and globally, what we do is that we have an analytical device over here that you can find and you can compare all the data that you're looking at right now. So you can find what's the best place, what's the best season to rent your BNB listing. You have your comparison over here to what's more profitable, if it's a BNB rental or a regular rental. Okay. You can also see what's the best season to open it up in what place, and exactly what zip code. Or if you actually have in mind a specific area, you can even take a look into that area and see the potential in it, okay? Because sometimes the area isn't so affected and you have a big potential with the property. Or maybe you do have a property and you want to see and you want to compare if you have it in the correct either price, if you're opening in the correct moment. Okay, so if you want further detail, you can give us our contact or your contact, and we can contact you and give you further detail. Okay. Okay, so now I have answered. Actually, let's go ahead and go into our revenue icon. Now that we're speaking about our revenue, like we see down here, in this case, we are looking at, let's go ahead and go into the United States, and then I'm going to focus into or crawl into Washington. Okay. I'm going to go into my revenue icon. Our data comes strictly from Airbnb, and we download it almost daily, and Frank can confirm that for me. We, remember, don't generate any data. we import it directly, okay? And what we provide for you over here is a different graphs and analytics for you to compare and see what's the best for your business. And of course, to show you that Airbnb is the way. Okay, in a revenue icon, we're going to see the revenue in the last 12 months. These are listings with at least one booking in the month, okay? So over here, we're going to see when's the best time to get a return of investment. For example, in March, and remember, of course, there can be more than one good season in either the state or, like in this case, the country. For example, we have two good seasons over here. We have both July, August, because they're almost the same. And we also have, it's not so high, but still high, the month of March, okay? Let me see, allow me a moment. Okay, and we have the month of March. Remember that if you list or rent your property before the high season, the faster you're going to get your return of investment, okay? So let's say the best season, according to this graph of the whole US, the best season to rent your property would be either January, maximum February to get your return of investment by March. And to get your impulse as well for July or August, we can start listing or renting your property for May, maximum June, okay? Because that way, like I said, we can get a return of investment in July, August, what's our high season, okay? Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at the state of Washington and see the revenue in this area. I'm going to go into my revenue icon. Okay, so over here we see that it's very seasonal, and for the month of July or June, July and August, it's a very good season, as we can see here. So when's the best time to get a return of investment? I would love to hear your answers according to the little class and lecture that I just gave you guys. Okay, so the best moment to, for example, in Washington, get a return of investment, we list or rent our property, I would predict in May so that we can start June, July, August to get our return of investment in 3 small months, okay? Now, I'm gonna go ahead and go back into my overview, and let's take a look into, United States. I apologize. And I'm going to go ahead and go to additional revenue. In additional revenue, remember that it's the revenue that we're going to be receiving over a regular rental, okay? Okay, you see that I changed our additional revenue into, or it changed the color code in the map. Now let's check what places or what states give you the highest additional revenue. So I have a question over here of what does our product and or company do different from AirDNA, MashVisor, Pro, or Con. What do? We offer you all the instruments, let's say, We offer you all the instruments so that you can see what's the best place, season, even property, and I'm going to get to that in just a moment. And we even show you the different hosts that we have in the area we're analyzing with the highest BNB rentals, okay? So we provide you with the whole kit to find your BNB business. Apart from that, we have another tool that Mr. Francisco is going to show you at the very end, and it's fantastic. It's aside or it's inside of BNBVESTOR, and it's called Deal Finder. So here you're going to find active rentals. Okay, so actual properties that are in an area with a specific additional revenue. Let's say that I want to find a property. Or I'm sorry, I want to find a property in a specific zip code with and it that gives me an additional revenue of 100%. And those are the parameters that you're going to be putting into those filters, and that's what BNBVESTOR is going to find for you. The properties in the area you select with that additional revenue that you want. Okay. So we're going to show you at the very end how that neat tool works out, but we offer you the whole kit so that you can see what's the best for you, and what's the price range, and even what you can win. Okay, I'm
Hello,
gonna go
excuse me.
ahead and
Hello,
go
excuse
ahead.
me. Good evening. This is Jose. I'm helping Danny today. Danny, we have a question from Eric. Eric would like you to show him a little bit about Keene County,
Okay.
specifically if you can go to the zip code 98058. Okay, but first let's check Kings um, County. Okay,
Okay, let's go ahead and check it first.
first, yes, please go first to the King County, and we can see the numbers there, revenue, all that. And after that, let's focus a little bit on the zip code. I will give you the number again later on. Okay.
Sure.
And just to help Danny, the question before, there are so many things that you can find with BNB Investor. Francisco is going to explain a little bit more about all of them, but believe me, this product, the software that we have, is nothing like you have seen before. It has a lot of things that you can take advantage of. Okay, so now please go ahead, Danny, and show us the county.
Live examples. I'm gonna go ahead and show you and base all my examples on Washington and King County as per request of Mr. Eric. Okay. Um, so I was talking about um, revenue. Let's go ahead and go back into our revenue, right? Okay, so before we go there, we can see that in King County, as we can see, there are active through 8,900 active BNB rentals and 3,500 regular rentals, with an average daily rate of $126 and regular rentals for $70. Then we have a very good occupancy actually of 70% for BNB rentals, and for regular rentals it's 95. Remember, that's very static, and a revenue of 2,682 with a regular rental of 2,022. Okay, the additional or the potential additional revenue would be 33%. What the BNB has over the additional or the revenue of a regular rental. Okay, I'm gonna go into the places icon, and we can see by city what cities have the highest BNB listings. Okay, compared. Okay, so the highest one is Seattle with 9,000, and actually it's the only one in the thousands. Then Bellevue, Kirkland, and Renton. Then for our occupation, we have SeaTac, Tukwila, Fall, and Lake Forest. Mm, correct. Those are the highest occupation rates for, remember, cities. We can then go into zip codes if you would like. Then we have the highest cities with the average daily rates. Okay, we have Books Arts Village, Enumclaw, and I apologize if I don't pronounce them correctly, Yarrow Point, and Medina. Uh, this one with 700, of course, remember that having you see that it has 3 active BNB listings, of course, and an occupancy of 46%, which what I would guess is that it actually just opens in seasons. It has a very high average daily rate, but you see it doesn't have any additional revenue. Okay. Then we have, let's go, for example, over here. Okay, we have Seattle with the 9,400, 73%, with an average daily rate of $127, a revenue of 2,819, and an additional revenue of 51%. So it's very good. Let's go ahead and check the occupancy for this county. Okay, we see that it had a very high occupancy rate of 70%. We see 84, 84, and it maintains. Whoa. Okay, so for 3 months, why some properties have negative? Okay, so I have a question over here going back into our places. And why do some properties have negative additional revenue? It means that, first of all, the regular rental must be almost equal to the price of the BNB listing. And of course, it's not getting any profit at all. Do you want to add to this, Jose?
Okay, sometimes it could be that we need to add more information into this so we can have proper numbers into that. But basically, what you have said already, it's accurate. Um, I want to take advantage of this opportunity to tell SK that ask about if we provide rental property management service. No, we do not. Actually, we do offer a lot of services within the BNB Investor, but property management is not one of them. Thank you.
Okay. I hope I have answered your question. Okay. So, like I was in the occupancy, we see that it has 3 months. Actually, I'm going to even put in September, 4 months of very high occupancy rate. Remember, we're talking about King County. Of course, it goes for most of the year very low, but when you see it starts to hit March, it starts to pump up. So when is it a good moment to start listing or renting your property? March. March is the best moment so that you can get your impulse to your return of investment in the high season. Okay. It's going to tell us over here in our revenue, or confirm us what I'm telling you. In our revenue icon, we can see that you get in addition or a revenue of 3,000, 4,000, even 4,200 up to August. And even September is very high, actually. I would consider that March would be a good impulse for you to start with a high season. Okay. Then we have our places icon, seasonality, very important. So this is one of the this is the one that's going to answer one of the questions that I told you at the very beginning, and it's when are the best seasons to rent and get return of investment? Okay, so the occupancy tab, revenue and seasonality go by the hand. Why? Because of course the occupancy rate and the revenue, I mean, it doesn't matter to have a property listed for $1,000 and you have a very low occupancy rate because it's not going to be giving you or producing so much, right? So having a very stable revenue, okay, or average daily rate, let's put it like that, and a stable occupancy rate of, for example, these 3 months for the correct seasons, it's going to give you the correct additional revenue, okay? So as you can see, we have it divided into the same color code as this, and just a little brighter. But we have it the same way. For this county in particular, we don't have red. You see that there's no really, really bad moment of the year where there's not going to be any good season, let's say. But the best seasons are from May, June, July. We can see the dark green has an occupancy of 82, 75, and August, and by the beginning of September. Now, why is this tab important? Because we can see, for example, or we can analyze that. Let's take a look at January, very apart from the high season. We see that in the week, it has a very low occupancy rate, and of course, the price or the average daily rate goes lower. But it hits the weekend, and we have a 51%, a $121 average daily rate. Sure, Ken. Just give me a few minutes to finish this thought, and we'll check on your example, okay? Then you see over here in the month of February, I'm just giving you random examples, okay? We have in between the week, the prices are low. The occupancy may not be, it's intermediate, let's say. And then it hits the weekend, the occupancy goes up, the average daily rate does as well. Okay, so this is where you analyze for the whole county. Then you can hit a zip code, for example, and go to seasonality and check the movements in there and see when it goes up or when it goes down, and start playing with the occupancy and the average daily rate as well. Okay, so that's why it goes by the hand. Let me answer this question that I have over here.
Danny, we have a question from
Okay,
Surafan. And
yes, I
and
want to answer that one. Do you want to go ahead
I
and comment
actually,
something on it?
yeah, just I would say that this is a good moment for you to show the best host part. Okay,
Yeah.
then okay, so Sephora, so excuse me, Surafan. Now you let's show you a little bit a trick that we have so you can see how profitable it could be the Airbnb, the short-term rental business with numbers from the county and even the zip codes that you want. Okay, so let's check real numbers.
Okay. So remember over here, we're focusing on King County. We're still not going in deeper into any zip codes. I'm going to take suggestions and even examples so that we can take a look at it, okay? Any information you want. Now, taking a look into the hosts that we have in King County, our top rankings are Corp, condos and apartments, sales, day one, and Addison are the top four hosts ranking in King County. Okay. Um, Over here, I'm gonna just click on the first one so you can take a look at these numbers. So we not only give you the properties and the company or the uh, individual that's actually listing those properties, we also give you the location of each of the sets of or the bunch of properties that they have listed, and also we do give you the numbers. What do we see here? This corporation has 354 properties listed in the market or active BNB listings. They have an average daily rate of $229, an occupancy of 38%. Of what I would think, this means that this corporation only opens in seasons. Okay. By the price, we would have to check, of course, the zone, but we can see that they're pretty small apartments. It goes up to 3 bedrooms, up to 2 bathrooms, and up to 9 guests. Okay. As a monthly revenue per property, they're receiving $2,600 with a total rent of 2,000. Now, the total monthly revenue is 936,000 with the total rent cost of 715,000, and then a potential additional revenue of $220,000 for these properties that this host has listed over here. Now, if you want to take a look in deeper to specific properties, you can click on it and it will give you the actual detail of the information. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and click um, on another host. Okay, a little smaller.
Danny,
Let's check.
just
Huh?
one more thing. Basically, with the example that you were giving us before, is that even when the occupancy was low throughout the year, because it's
The whole year,
the
yeah.
percentage that, yeah, the percentage that we were able to see, uh, that person, the revenue was getting even more than 200,000 a year. Okay, so
Of course.
a month, excuse me, even a month.
I mean,
So
they're
they're
not.
making crazy
Uh,
money. They're making crazy
yeah.
money. That's the whole thing. Okay, so you, look at the numbers. Okay, and that's how we can check all of the information here. Look for another
Yeah,
one.
definitely. Yeah, I wanted to show you, for example, let's take a look at Eve and Katrina. I chose a smaller number of listings. I would guess that these are individuals, not company or corporation. Okay. So they have 23 active BNB listings with an average daily rate of 309. It's a studio, one bedroom, 1 bathroom, and up to 3 hosts. Okay. With a 46% occupancy. It means it's not open all year. Of what I would guess, and the data that we saw in this occupancy that we see here, I would guess that she just opened it in this moment, okay? And I would guess that Mr. Jose would agree with me as well, okay? Eve and Katrina, going over here, of a monthly revenue per property, they're paying they're receiving $4,322,000. Rental cost 2,000. Total monthly revenue 99,000. A total rental cost of 46,000. So they're receiving, with a 46% occupancy, they're receiving a potential additional revenue of 50. I apologize, $52,900 per month. Okay. I hope I have responded this question for you, sir. And I mean, the numbers are here. With the system, you will be able to check out the different hosts that you have. Um, I mean, it's all very straight up, very, very straight up. Let's see. No. Over here, we can see that, let's put this same example. They have a rental cost. So they're already paying an average rental cost of 2,000 per property. Okay? Mr. Ken. Okay. Um, so the numbers, like I said, are very straight up. We can see the different locations for where the different hosts have their properties or their set of properties. If you click on any of these, it will take you directly to the Airbnb website, and you can actually compare and check the numbers there as well. Um, let's see. Okay, so one of the things that BNB Investor also has is that it gives you what's the best property to rent, and not only property, but what it divides it into what type of room. Okay, in best rentals, we have. Uh, Remember, we're comparing the county of King, and the best rental for an entire place would be a mobile home with 1 bedroom because we have an additional revenue of 126%. Of course, I would guess anything above 100% additional revenue would be wonderful to come. We have apartment, condo, villa type of studio, and more than 4 bedrooms. Okay. For private room, we have or the best type of rental is apartment, condo, villa type studio, and then with 2 bedrooms, and then a mobile home with 1 bedroom, and an apartment, condo, villa of 1 bedroom. Okay, so these are the top 4 ranking for private room, and then we have for shared room, a house, I would guess of 1 bedroom, it would be a studio. Okay, no. So it'd be 1 bedroom. And when it's 0, it would mean that we don't have sufficient data to import here. So we don't put any number there at all. Okay, so I would really consider his entire and even private room. Okay. Um, we went through all the questions, or I answered all the questions that I had planted at the very beginning. And I also gave you and showed you the whole tour with the basic concepts, okay? So what I want to show you now is, or actually, I'm going to take um, a example that I have over here from Mr. Ken. He wants to see a specific county and zip code, and I'm available to take more examples if you want, per county, city, and zip code. Or even if you have a specific address, I will also take that in so we can see the numbers there. Yes, of course. Okay. Whatcom County? Let's go ahead and go there. So in our search bar at the top, we have region, and we are going to actually put in here Whatcom County. There we go. Oh, I apologize. Okay. We can actually put in if we want to search by room type, and even the options if you want an apartment, condo, villa, house, or a mobile, bedrooms, bathrooms, and even guests. Mr. Ken, do you have any specification for this county, or do you just want to search to see the numbers here? Okay, 2 beds. And for an entire and condo. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna go ahead and apply. Let's see how everything modifies. Okay, so over here we can see that there are, for this county that Mr. Ken gave me as an example, there are 130 active BNB listings with an average daily rate of 178 and occupancy of 53% and a BNB revenue of 2,868. Now, what is important to view? The additional revenue. This is a fantastic example, Ken, because we have an additional revenue of 134%. Okay, we can see the occupancy rate. It varies a lot, but we can see that March it's very high, then it goes down, but it goes up again in July, August, September. So it has it has 2 seasons. Okay, then in our revenue we have March, where we can recover our investment, and also we have August. Again, our 2 seasons. So like I said, occupancy, revenue, and seasonality go by hand to recover our investment. Those are the best moments, I'm telling you. Um, okay, Michelle, I'm going to go ahead and finish up with this example, and we'll go ahead, okay, I got the address, and we'll go ahead and check on this property, okay? Then we have in our places, the cities. Let's sort by descending. Let's take a check over here. Then, okay, so there are a lot of listings in Bellingham with an occupancy, the highest one being 74 for Linden. In average daily rate, the highest would be, okay, Sumas. Means they support, because it's a very luxurious, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ken, it's a very luxurious area because they support a very high average daily rate. And in fact, they do have a very good additional revenue. Take a look at this number over here. We can see that this second high one, Ferndale, has an 82%. Okay, but that's because they don't have very high listings as well as Summits. Our best rentals over here. Let's take a look. For an entire place, an apartment, condo, villa. Remember, of course, we did filter this a bit, so that's why it's giving us these very crazy results over here. Okay. Then we can separate by private room. The best one is a house of 3 bedrooms. So to get our additional revenue. Okay. Let's go ahead and move into Michelle's property. I'm going to click on address, reset, and is 98198 the zip code? Oh no. Oh, okay. You see. Okay, 26474 Drive View. Oh, Marine. Drive. Oh, I would guess it's this one. Des Moines. Okay, the first one, according to what you're telling me. Let's see what it gives us for this property. Okay, so we have our subject property in this area, which is the green one, and it gets a 0.5 mile range. We have an five active BNB rentals, 0 regular rentals, an average daily rate of $146, an occupancy of 39%. I apologize, and a revenue of 1,731. This would be in red, according to me, because since there are no comparisons to regular rentals in this area, there's nothing to compare it to get our additional revenue. I would guess, let's go ahead and go to our occupancy and let's take a look over here. Okay, so it has the high season in June, July, August. That would be why the occupancy is 39%, because these that are listed already are only open in these high seasons, okay? According to Danny. Don't believe me. Going into our revenue, the same thing. Usually the occupancy and revenue are almost the same, because in our revenue is where we're going to get a return of investment. So you can see, you can start renting your property in May, June, July, August. You're getting your return of investment, ROI. Let's go ahead and check the hosts in this area. Okay, so there's not sufficient data to get our potential additional revenue. Okay. Okay. Michelle, I hope I have responded your question.
Danny, we have another address, please.
Sure. Okay.
18.
I got it.
Okay. 18316 West Spring Lake.
I would guess it's this one. Yeah. Oh wait, no, because it's 98058. Oh yeah, we got it. Okay. Over here we have 2 active BNB listings with an additional revenue of $144, an occupancy rate of 50%, and BNB revenue of 2,189. And you do have a good additional revenue, because for the 2 listings you have 40%. I would guess that it's a good number there.
Well, basically, what we can see in the area is that even though there are no regular rentals at the moment, okay, if you put the property in the BNB business right now, it's telling you that, well, you can make more money in putting the property in Airbnb than you would make if you put the property in regular rentals, 40% more. Okay, basically based on the things that we have.
Yeah. We see that over here you have two high seasons as well, Eric, of 75 in March and 90, 90, 91. Oh, wow. Okay, and it maintains during June, July, August up to September. Okay, so you have two very high seasons. Very good. Okay, let's check on the revenue. We have March as well as marked in the occupancy, and it maintains all the way through. So this would be fantastic to get your return of investment by June. Okay. See seasonality, it makes it short for us.
Well, geez, basically, the best month to start would be in February, since that's the lowest month. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, mid-February you can start so that you can get your return of investment, or if not, you can just maintain in May, June, so that you can maintain in this very high season. And let me tell you, it maintains for a few months. Okay, so it's not just a month that you're going to be up. Okay, I want to show you. I'm taking a look um, at this host. And it's a very good example for you, Eric. We can see here, um, that she has one listing. It's 152 of average daily rate, a 79% of occupancy. It's a one bedroom, one bath, two guests, and it has a monthly revenue of 3,600, a rental cost of 1,000, total monthly revenue of 3,600, which is the same thing since it's only one, okay? And a potential additional revenue of $2,000 only for this property, okay? Do we have any further example that we can do? Fantastic. Guys, if you don't have any further question, uh, and of course, oh, let me show you really quick before we leave. Okay, we have over here in our sign up. In case you take a look or you want to take a look into our system, I'm telling you it's a very fantastic option, not only because I'm in, but because Airbnb or BNB investing is the economy in the world right now. I showed you the numbers of how it's increasing in the United States for only 1 year, or in 12 months it increased over 400,000 listings. I mean, that's very insane. Okay, so yeah, of course. Before then I show you these plans, I have another very quick example that somebody wants me to show. I'm going to go ahead and do it before we leave. 7 2. Falsity? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Over here, we see that there are 3 active rentals with an average daily rate of $68. But we see that it has a very good occupancy rate and B&B revenue of 1,400. Okay, so the additional revenue, it is actually a negative. Jose, would you mind explaining why? The occupancy.
I'm sorry, Danny. Give me just a moment. It's that I'm having problems to looking into the screen, and I cannot see the numbers. Can you tell me what's in the revenue? What amount
The,
is the
the
regular?
additional revenue, Jose, is 73 negative 73% because the BNB revenue is 1,400 and the regular revenue or the regular rental revenue is 2,500. I'm rounding the numbers, okay?
Well, basically, in this case, what we can see here is that BNB, well, sometimes you can learn that numbers would be good for you to make the Airbnb business, but sometimes the system is going to show you, hey, you know what? Stop. Probably it's not a good idea to put the property into Airbnb, since probably you're going to be making more money if you rent the property in the regular rentals. Okay, that's what we can see in this case by the look of it. Okay, but sometimes you'd have to check a little bit more, and we can do it. Okay, um, Danny, before we
Yes.
go, if we're satisfied with the answer that I'm giving you, I would like you to check a little bit more on the left top, okay, on the left right corner, excuse me, on the top corner. Click on the BNBVESTOR. We want to show you just a few
The
things.
deal finder?
Earlier we were telling you about things that make us different from other softwares, other systems, and yes, actually we are developing not only the option for you to check on properties, but the way for you to keep your business in just one place. We're doing a lot of things. We're doing the VMB Academy that is gonna help you not only to see where the property is gonna be working best, but actually, you know, helping you to learn more about tips and how to make it in the business. Okay, even for example, what is going to be more productive for you, or um, tell you a little bit about insurance or all of that. Okay, that is going to be the academy. But what actually Danny is showing you is that, well, sometimes you already know the property that you would like to rent in order to put it on Airbnb, but some other times you want to talk to, you just see a good place and decide that you will. I mean, if you see a good place and you want to be there, what you need to do is look for a property that is renting there and try to go ahead and rent it and then put it on Airbnb. Okay. And that's what we're trying to help you with. Okay. In Deal Finder for rent, we're going to show you properties that are right now active for active rentals and how to get them. Okay. We're trying to match the things that you need with the things that it's being offered. Okay. That's basically what we're trying to do here. Danny, go ahead and you can tell us a little bit more about it.
Okay. So over here we see the different properties that are active for rent. You see the actual listing price of 750, 643, 1,000, even 750, 1,250. And apart from that, we can see the additional revenue they're going to provide for us. How do we calculate the additional revenue within our comparables? Okay. For example, in this property that I have just selected, um, it's going to take me here. And once we calculate, okay, we see that the regular value, depending on all the comparables that we do have with these property or with this property, it's going to give us the regular rental value. Okay. It's also going to give us the average daily rate, in approximate, of course, based on all of this, the occupancy, and also the revenue. So it's a very important part of the website, and it's actually going to let you localize the properties that you want to rent. And it's going to tell you, of course, the additional revenue you will be gaining with it. Okay. And then you have the comparables in BNB as well. Let's go to a lower one. Like I said, these properties are active for rent. This one, for example, it's active for $425. It's a 1 bed, 2 bath, and it has an additional revenue of $478 with a regular rental of $28 per day, an average daily rate, sorry. And for B&B, it would be for 100 with a B&B occupancy of 91% and a B&B revenue of 2,456. Do you want to add anything to this, Jose?
How do we get those numbers? Well, basically, well, first look at them. We already have them in our system. We'll look for the regular comparables, and also we look for comparables in Airbnb. Okay, that's how we come up with the numbers that we're showing you right now. Okay, and of course, it's sometimes you need to go a little bit further to try to make sure that this would be a good business for you. I mean, the property is at first it looks extremely promising, but we're putting you in the right way in order for you to grow in the business. Okay.
I mean, what he's trying to say is that we're giving you all the numbers, and our comparables are based, of course, in a certain parameter, and it compares it. You see that it has 1 bed, 2 bath. It compares it to 1 bed, 2 bath, for example. There's a listing price over here as well of, okay, this one wouldn't give it to us. Okay, so over here, it has a listing price as well of $425. Okay, so it's actually comparing it to actual properties that have the same or close, similar parameters to the one we're looking at now. Now, it would be up to you as the owner or the actual person in charge of the property to take a look or investigate a little bit in deeper, to talk to, for example, Sean, and see why the property may be so low, or do your numbers on the outside of BNBVESTOR.
How do we get the listing prices of the rentals? Well, we run the APIs in all different sources, including rental.com. Okay, so what we do is we take all of those information, we put it in our system, and even if you want, you can check it out at any time. You will see that the information that we show is exactly the information that is going to be provided any other listing. And does your software also pull Canadian cities as Vancouver? Yes, that's right. Basically, BNBVESTOR, it's a worldwide system. We offer information for regular rentals just in a few countries, like Canada is one of them, Colombia, Costa Rica, Spain, France, Australia is another one. Okay, but if you would like to check, if you want to see information on Airbnb from any country around the world, Basically, it's BNB Investor is going to do it for you. But to show you how much you can do it with regular rentals and BNBs, okay? It's well, every time we're trying to add more countries into the system, but right now we do have about 8 or 10. Excuse me. Go ahead. Go ahead, Danny.
Yes, of course. Um, the only thing, Ken, is that, well, I was actually going into the prices. I'm going to go ahead and go back into it so I can explain a little more about it. And you can take a look at it. Yes, that is the price for yearly. Of course, if we go into the sign up, I'm going to show you so I don't lose my train of thought. Okay, so we can see here, you're able to select either one state or one country, okay? If you select one country, for example, the United States, you will have access to all the states inside, okay? If you select one state, you will only have access to that state and the cities that or the counties that do complement it, and the rest of the information below the state, okay? With the monthly, you see here, $79. For the yearly, you're actually getting a discount of, you're paying, of course, 10 months. You're getting a discount of 2 months. Okay, same for the yearly. You're getting a discount of 2 months, and for the monthly, you're only paying $99. Or for the countrywide, you're only spending $99. Okay. Ken, I hope I have answered your question. And if you guys don't have any further question, and if Jose does not have anything else to add to today's presentation, it has been a pleasure to be with you guys today to show you about our system. If you want further information, you can always contact us. You can see our help over here, and you can contact us live Monday to Friday from 9 to 6 p.m. And you will also have available our numbers. It has been a pleasure once again. I hope you guys have a good rest of your day and have a wonderful evening.